Okay. Ooh. Hi. Yeah. Can't wait. Can't promise this will be anything, thrilling. I'll just be working some more on my current TANKHEAD. If you've seen my posts on Twitter or Instagram, you'll see where I'm up to so far. Got a very rough frame for the legs, chest, and arms together. Some parts are just blue tacked, some parts are gluing down, and where I'm currently is I am armouring up the legs. You can see I've got building out a lot of detail around the ankles and feet. Just today I added, let's focus properly. Yeah, just today I've been adding a few more braces around the upper part and some like side foot armour. And I've made some armour panels out of plasticard, which I'll be finding a way to attach and detail up. So, as before, you can see, here's on my last TANKHEAD, I detailed the panels by like trying to stack it a little and add in some rivets, but I want to go a bit further this time and play around with the panels a bit more. Oh yeah, with background music that should be linked in the description. Currently it's the Adeptus Mechanicus inspired music from Arco Techno, which is great. But right now, let's try to find a good way to attach them. Because I'm probably going to be using magnets just to make painting, well, building and painting easier. It's just finding a good spot because it's a lot of not particularly sturdy cylindrical pieces right now, so it might be a bit tricky to glue a magnet onto. Hey, at least you can't say much. Yeah. It's good. If you really want, you can catch the VOD because it should be on my channel later. Yeah, this is a larger model. From the initial point, this smaller one, my first TANKHEAD, was just a bit of a test at the smaller scale. But, I don't know, as the name implies, I wanted to try and do it with a proper tank, and so I got using the Rogel Dawn kit for this one. Ooh, making a friend paint their first mini today. What mini is it? One of the Warhammer Store free ones, or something more specific? Let's see. I've been testing a little with magnet placements already and haven't found anything that good so far. Might need to try a bit more with the spacing. As you can see, I've just got a bunch of spare plasticard here, offcuts from when I was making the armour, and there'll always be something useful I can make out of them, so I've just got them to hand here. So right now, I think I'll be grabbing some force to use them as kind of spacers to fill in some empty space on the back of the armour panels to attach the magnets to. So just even them out a little. So you can see I normally draw grids on them just to help planning out, so this is And I draw lines every half a centimetre. Yeah. So this is half centimetre by 1.5 centimetres, which might help a little with figuring out magnet placement. Yeah. Marine body. Marines are always kind of the good old default. So it makes sense to start your friend off with one of them. Oh yeah, the repaint an old mini contest. I saw that on Instagram too. It's I can't remember the exact name, but I've seen a bunch done with Space Marines, and I was thinking, oh, should I repaint mine? But I'm already kind of neck deep in this project, so might be fun, but maybe later. Okay, so then how deep can I go with the magnets? Yeah, just over a year and a month. You yeah. Always, a year is always like a good amount of time to, I don't know, take in how long, take in your skills so far and see how you've done over the last year. I always like looking through my own, I don't know, picture history of my phone. Is like, oh, what was I working on this time last year? I think it wasn't. No, my TANKHEAD was at the start of this year. It was this time last year for me. I think this time last year for me was Space Marines. So I think it was like the Leviathan box that came out, so I was painting up a bunch of Black Templars. Yeah, this time last year I was working on, I think very specifically the Terminators from the Indominus box. Ooh, look, Stomper. Stomper's like the Knight, similar size to a Knight. Yeah, it's a pretty sizable one. This TANKHEAD is shaping up to be my biggest too. I've done one Knight before, but it was a tad more normal than this one. And I'm lengthening this one out by giving it a whole head and extra ankle extenders. Yeah, those start of edition box sets like Leviathan and the one before it was Indominus. They are great for starting off. Some of the best like value for kits you can get too, provided you play both. Provided you'll do stuff for both the armies at least. Yeah, very specifically, I'm looking for TANKHEAD designs. I'm looking at the Kaiserian stuff because they have like more square, blocky armor. Because the what is it? The Alliance and the Yamato, they have a lot of rounded components, which I obviously can't make as well with Plasticard. But so I'm looking at Kaiserians, like I did kind of with the Spaher for a lot of the armor of this one, but specifically I am looking at I think it's the Panther V, or the Panzerkopf V Panther. Let me see if I can get an image of it up for reference. Yeah, this one. So you can kind of see where I've been taking inspiration for the leg armor currently. And then you can see the legs on this one are a bit wider, so the proportions do look a bit more different with the stuff being wider, but just part of the compromises that you have to make when working with actual kits. But let's move that off to the side there and bring it back later maybe. Okay, so hopefully this set of magnets will be at the right position. Okay, yeah, that looks to line up well enough. Just need to give that a second to dry. And in the meantime, what about the kind of calf armor? Camera does seem to be wobbling a little. Let's see if I can get it a bit more secure. Oh, look at now. Yeah, knights are pretty cool. If you want to see some other examples of stuff I've done with knights, let me see if I can grab it out. Because I mentioned it a second ago with the other knight I've done before, now, but this is an upright knight. Actually trying to keep it more knightly than, I don't know, tankly, so. And this was mostly done with just a Questoris kit. Moved around the neck piece and attached to the top. Used a spare shoulder for the chest. Used some armature armor for the, to armor up where the gap was, as well as some green stuff wire underneath it. Lots of things you can do with knights. Okay, so let's see what. I think this will be a bit easier to attach just because it's. Okay, there we go. That is nice and simple. And then we got some magnet armor. Oh, big fan of Emerson Tongue. Been following his stuff for a while. I can even be very, I don't know, I can show off an earlier art book of his because I very happily have the TANKHEAD art book here, but from, I think it's more than 10 years ago now, there is this Super Robot Bomber by Emerson Tongue with the first TANKHEAD on it, which was a limited sketchbook. There's only 300 copies, and I got copy number 41. Oh yeah, 2016, so 8 years ago. It's full of a bunch of great designs like these, which I believe jet heads. There's the Tank Kong. And one of my favourite series of his, the Star Knights. And even in the back, well, at some point later on, there were some Transformers. There is a Zaku 2 too, which big fan of Zaku design, so it was great to see Tongue's take on them. But yeah, I am a big fan of Emerson Tongue's works. Like that knight I showed off before is even based on his Steam Knight Lancelot. Okay. Now this has a nice circular bit on the calf I was thinking I could magnetize, but it is too kind of low down, so I was thinking if I might need to use some sprue bits as a kind of spacer on the back. And just cut it down a little. Actually, okay, and then to make room for the magnet in the model itself, I'm going to drill a hole for it. Where's my drill? Good old pin vise hand drill. Gonna start off with a 1mm drill bit and then work my way up, because the bigger drill bits tend to like tear the plastic more than they drill into it, so you gotta slowly work your way up when you're drilling larger holes like this. These are nice new drill bits I got from a Green Stuff World order recently, so they are cut nice and smooth. Now what are these? Are these... I think these are 3mm magnets, so I will need to go up to some big drill bits. Here's a batch of my bigger ones. Then, once these are in place, once I got the connection sorted, I will be cutting some more armor panels to do some kind of layering to build it up, because when I use plasticard, it's always kind of obvious it's plasticard. It's too flat and it doesn't match the detail of the heavily detailed Warhammer bits. So I try to fancy it up where I can. Whether that be gluing bits on top of it, layering more plasticard, riveting it, that kind of thing. I have thought of doing something with Chaos Knights, because I'm always looking. Whenever I see something, I always think, oh, how can I build a model based on that? And Vashtor's cool, so it's like, oh, could I do a dark Adamek twist, and what would go in there? And a lot of the, I don't know, I like the newer Doom games, and a lot of like the Cyber Demon stuff just like really calls out for dark Admech. And I also read through Chainsaw Man a while back and made some minis based off of that. And I was thinking, ooh, the Gun Devil is a great design. I think would suit a Chaos Knight. But even just going by the default Chaos Knights, I think it's... oh, what is it? Slaughter Incarnate? That's a Chaos Knight from the lore that I really like. That's, I think it's just one of the kind of default built Abominant. And it just sounds... I don't know, it's that quintessential Warhammer, cool, dumb. It appears through through like pools of blood, and I feel like that's always been a cool enough story to make me want to go, oh, can I do something with that? Okay. That is a very snug fit. Might not even need glue. Damn. Yeah, I can kind of slow it. That's the white and red one. Let me just smooth this off. Sand this so I can maybe glue it a bit better. There's always a few good chaosy ideas I've had. Like maybe even with the new Doom: The Dark Ages. Also, designed by Emerson Tung, I might have a few designs I might want to give a go. Give that glue a second to dry. And then, how can I detail out this? I do have, I don't know, some wire. I was thinking of bending into shape into a bumper, because if we look at the feet of the tank head, it's got a kind of wire bumper just at the top of the calves. With a second layer of plastic, I was thinking of doing some of those kind of indents on the sides of the shin, like there and there, but which would be, I don't know, a good way to focus on rivets. And then the kind of bits that stick out, there are some, I don't know, hook, towing points, tie down points, whatever, from the original tank's tread armor, which I was thinking of gluing on for that. So I do have a few ideas. And where'd the music go? Okay. That's good. Now that's connected, but I feel like it's too obvious to see the underside of the panel here, so what can I do to detail it a bit more? Can I use parts? It does stick out quite a bit. Did I actually not need to space it out? Let's quickly break it off before the super glue is all dry. Very messy, lots of gluing and ungluing, but it's just the figuring out part. So how can I place this on there? The only parts I can detail kind of underside with it to hide the magnet a bit better. When I'm looking for bits, I always go to the Cataphrone Battle Servitors because they are just full of some great bits for various kinds of detailing. So is there anything jumping out at me here that I can use? Kind of claw things? What does the TANKHEAD art look like? Are there any details around that I can try and copy? Can't really see much because this area is right at the back, so you can't see the underside of it. I have been wanting to try building out some kind of metal frame on the underside of certain armor panels, like sometimes see in certain like gunpla armor paneling. So I might try and give that a go, just using kind of thin pieces and gluing them to the underside. $1947. That's unfortunate. Yeah, there's always... Dieselpunk's a cool setting with cool design style, so it's always sad to hear about other places closing down. Always had some, I don't know, Panzer Walker type designs. This one, this one. Just kind of making sure it lines up very nice and flat with the top side of the panel. Always handy to keep spare plasticard offcuts, just in case. Just finding some of the correct size. I think I'm looking for kind of 2mm-ish. Ah yeah, Machine Krieger. That was one which always had some cool designs I wanted to, I don't know. Saw one and thought, oh, can I make an armature? What can I make one using armature bits? I recently did pick up a bunch of different, plasticard rod bits from Green Stuff World, just because they might be some interesting bits to build with. And I have been using this L-shape one just as kind of construction support when I need to connect panels at like 90-degree angles. And it's kind of L-beam. But it looks like these aren't the right size. This looks to be like 2mm and I'm looking for 1mm. So let's trim this. Still not good. Need them a bit longer. Probably should have made a batch of more uniformly sized ones before starting, but I don't know. This is just testing some out. Okay. I just need one last short piece to get the kind of front on. And finally, one at like a diagonal angle to make it look like actual structure. Probably should be using tweezers more to avoid getting much plastic on my hands. Okay, does that hide it a bit better? Yeah, I'd say so. Where's a file? Just to make sure the edges where they're lined up are real smooth. Okay, that's the underside of it. Very specific part. Time to repeat that, what I've done so far for the other leg. Where is my pile of magnets? Oh, thank you. Nice, you could catch me too. These streams are just here for... I need to record footage for my streams, footage for my videos anyway, and it's a good chance to hang out and chill with people who like my stuff and maybe answer any questions about how I do it. Uh-oh. Hopefully leave that there to drying to a solid enough state. And then, let's see, to compare where I glued it on the underside of the other one. Those two bits of plasticard give me 2mm spacing, which should be exactly what I need. Please be dry. Didn't seem like it fully was. Let's see. While that's drying, I can drill the hole on the other side of the other calf. I get my plasticard from two places. There is my local game shop of Element, and they always have some in stock when I need to get some kind of in-person soon. But then I also get a lot of materials from Green Stuff World, although they're based in Spain, so that's if I don't need it super quick. But always for my sheets of plasticard, that I cut all my panels out of, like this, I always just get 1mm, just because there's a good, I don't know, a good thickness of in between everything. It's not too flimsy it's not too thin where it becomes flimsy, and then it's not too thick where it's hard to cut. But most plasticard should be the same, so it shouldn't matter too much where you get it from. So long as it's like ABS, styrene sheet, plasticard. It goes by a few different names. No problem. Always happy to help answer questions. Okay, let's just smooth that hole up by trimming the edges. No, I haven't gotten Space Marine 2 yet. I'm not desperate enough to buy the fancy versions which release earlier, but I do want to play it at some point, because I imagine it'll just be good for getting ideas for conversions and testing them out, because I've seen they've got a whole sort of character creator tools and that kind of thing. There we go. Some of it magnetized. But I do want to, I do want to get Space Marine 2 because it's, I don't know, it launches tomorrow properly for the non-collector's editions, whatever they're called. So if I can find the time, I'd like to give it a go. I've heard a few worrying things, like it forces you to download some epic stuff. But we'll see. I have seen, I think it was Graffiti Soul on Twitter, who's an artist who draws his custom chapter of, I think it's the Pigs of War. And I saw him do a cool thing where, oh, here's how designs of mine fit into the class system. Like, oh, here's a bulwark of my custom chapter, here's a sniper of my custom chapter, here's an assault of my custom chapter. And I was thinking, oh, that might be a cool thing to do, because I'm always down to make a cool Black Templar. Although I might just end up with a bunch of bulwarks and barely any snipers, just because Black Templars very easily lend themselves to the good old knight sword and shield style. I've probably got a decent amount I could make up for those classes anyway. Custom Emperor's Children. Well, like on some custom Chaos Marines for the, was it the Eternal War mode, or there's like Heresy era Loyalists. And the Charnel Guard. Did Lich's Laboratory make a video on them recently? Because that name rings a bell. Oh, thanks. Yeah, the Titanfall models are always fun to make. Got my recent North Star on my desk looking over. I was thinking about taking another crack at... yeah, North Star. I was thinking about taking another crack at some pilots. Because the new kill team coming out, the Tempestus Aquilons? They seem perfect for... they're special soldier jetpack units, so they seem perfect for a Titanfall style conversion and would actually make a squad I can use in kill team. Oh yeah. Lich's Lab, the Charnel Guard there, if I'm remembering correctly, and they are the kind of... yeah, he put the wings on the back. He did a great colour scheme with that, with like this purpley black and this deep red. It got a great colour scheme. Halloween theme noise, boys. My girlfriend did suggest something like that about doing some Halloween themed stuff for Halloween month coming up. Because I occasionally do I always like just cool skeleton designs, and so for Halloween I always do something to do with that, but my girlfriend suggested if we made some Christmas minis, I did a Skitari and a Christmas hat. And I was thinking, oh, could I do a Skitari with a pumpkin head instead, which would be fun. So it's always nice to bring in some thematic builds. Speaking of Space Marine and 40k theme games, there's lots of hype for Space Marine 2, and rightfully so. It looks great and it's reviewing well, which is great to hear. But I'm still heavily waiting for more word on Mechanicus 2, because oh boy, that's where my biggest interest is. So I hope we get some more news on that first, because I'm not sure there's been much since the kind of announcement for the Warhammer Skulls thing. There's an angular brace. OCR, your conversion list of bucket ideas is OCR Bone Reapers in some creepy biomecha. Makoto Kobayashi style. Yeah, he has some weird elongated stuff and almost extra weird texture stuff on this. There's just so many cool designs and not enough time to make kit bashes of them all, but Creepy bone style. I'd go well for that. Because the OC Bone Reapers, they have biggish kits. Like, there are the fancy, I don't know, dog head reconstructor guys, as well as a few the giant three-faced 4 or 6 armed guys. So there'll be plenty of, like, kits you can get for material of them. Okay, then always useful to use the parts you've already, the magnets you've already glued in to help use as a guide for other magnets to glue in, just because then it also makes sure you get the right polarity so armor panels can become interchangeable. Yeah, Age of Sigmar always has some, I don't know, there's a few cool bits in there to use. I'd never want to write it off completely, because there's always some cool things that can be taken, even if it's like in a completely different context. Like for the Cities of Sigmar launch, there was this gun captain on like a turret held up on the back of an ogre, and I thought that was a cool design, but obviously can't relate too specific to medieval times to do anything to use those parts specifically for. But when I was thinking of ways to convert a Sidonian Skatros, the Skitarii tall sniper, I was thinking, oh, could I put a Skitarii on a kind of crow's nest held up on the back of a Castellan robot? So even if you can't use the bits specifically, there's always cool ideas in there that can be used. And there you go. Shin armor magnetized. And mostly sturdy. As long as it's not shaken too much. Okay, time to detail them now. Like I said, I wanted to try something with layering plasticard panels. So like, trace out the same shape, then bring it in by like a few millimeters to build up some, I don't know, layered, stacked shapes on each other. Where is my knife? Hold on, there it is. And I've already cut one or two things out to test, like for these side calf panels I cut out a smaller one, and it can be interesting like that, but I was wondering if this is too thick, because I also have some smaller, thinner plasticard sheets to use. I got some, I think it's 0.16mm, and then I also have some 0.05mm. Oh, sorry, 0.5mm. Yeah, 0.5. Speaking of that kind of ogre idea, I've come up with a few different ideas for Sidonian Skatroses, just because it's a design I don't like that much myself, but it's a concept that could be really cool. Like, I've seen Kitto, he's like they did a kind of simple redesign of a one where it's like, oh, I'll give it a bit of a cloak, change the layout of the knees to make them digitigrade, where it's got this backwards ankle kind of deal, and that made the whole design look much better. It's a good concept at its core, but it's just flawed execution. I feel like I would also make a good video of here's how I approach changing a design I don't like or converting something. Okay, I said this might have been a bit too thick, but looking at the panel I'm putting it on top of, I've now thickened out with the kind of frame stuff, so it might actually work fine now. Oh yeah, Mad Max. Mad Max is so cool. I feel like there's a lot of cool ideas for it, but it's easy to wander into like Orky territory since that's kind of their deal. But what would a good base for their sky catchers be? Well, Sky Fisher. Scatters. Yeah, but the I don't know. Sky Fishers, they're the guys on the like swinging poles on the back of vehicles. They're on the back of vehicles, so I wonder how that could fit into it. I mean, it's Mad Max. Most things are on the back of vehicles. Okay. Have I seen any of the stuff from Marcher? No? Marcher? What's that? Oh, Skyfish are the guys in the swamp. Oh, on the four-leg stilts. Yeah, they had kind of crow faces. I remember cloaks. So I don't know. Nighthaunt, because they have lots of cloaks. Let's see. Because I have many art books to hand, and one of them is Mad Max. So let's see. I've got it in this book somewhere. Toxic storm, post on wives, planes, cannons, masks, the night bog. That's probably it. It's a shame. There doesn't actually have much on the night bog. Yeah, there's straight to the kind of evening post that. Okay, March is like an alternate World War II sort of like a trench crusade. Alternate how? Does it like... They got mechs, they lean into any element a bit more. They have the good old trench knights. Well, they were the males that were cast out by the Furiosa woman cult. That is interesting. Well, this is the Fury Road book, so I don't know. There might be more in a Furiosa art book if there is one. But that's something I'll have to look into later. Okay, where was Okay, so you can see this thing is the kind of calf panel, and there's this raised bit, but there are these 4 indents into it, which would be a perfect place to put some rivets. Problem is, it needs some pretty precise cutting. Can I get a template or something? Could I draw on a patch to cut out so that I can make sure it's even? Ooh. Ooh. Mechs and plastic sprues. March. Thanks for letting me know, March, Plastic United States. Yeah, I'm always on the out for more cool mechs, so I'll keep an eye out for that. Let's see, so. Let's draw roughly on where I think the indents should go. New Antioch proxies. Yeah, there's remember that picture of the mechanized infantry of New Antioch, and that's one of the ones I hope to see soon, because Trench Crusade have shown off that there'll be some New Antioch shock troops. Okay, some precise work, but it's a bit easier to reproduce if I'm using the side of my sanding stick rather than just cutting it out with my knife. So let's see if I can do that 4 more times. It's not lined up that well. It's not that precise. Okay, let's see if I can cut some guidelines. Okay, so that's roughly right, but not precise enough and not well enough lined up. So let's retry with some other piece. What are the measurements of this to draw out against? That is 1 millimeter, well, sorry, 1 centimeter thickest end, half centimeter at the thinnest, and it is 1.5 long. So I need to cut out a 1.5 by 1.5 square. Okay, then, because it's hard to be precise, just need to sand the edges to make sure they're flat. And then to draw a grid. And then I can try sanding in some indents again. Just marking a few guide spots first. Okay, that looks like something I can work with. Just need to ever so slightly trim the corners. And then just repeat this. Is there a piece I already have that's big enough to repeat this on? Or do I need to cut another one out? And since I've got a piece I already like the proportions of, I don't need to do the grid again. I can just trace it. And again, just marking out some points which I can use as a guide to sand. Oh, hey, J-Dog. How's it going? What are you up to now? Any ongoing building projects? Okay, and then trim the corners of that. Ooh, Helldiver's mech. How you doing that? Same way I did mine, with a Imperial Guard Sentinel, like right here. Or another method. It's looking a tad dusty. Okay, they look alright, but they're a bit too sharp. Making it mostly out of plastic, that's interesting. I mean, it lend itself well to it because it's a very blocky design. But still, a whole mech, that's a lot of work. Well, I say that, but if you've seen Offbeat Build's new video, he made a whole like dropship out of plasticard, which was absolutely mind-blowing. Okay, let's smooth down the edges of a little. just got a lot of dust to worry about. Yeah, offbeat builds always just great stuff with plastic art. I'm really shocked too because I have problems getting it like so precise and everything, but he has no problem. Because before Offbeat Builds also did just like a truck template, and he, well, did a truck out of plastic card, and he like said, oh, here's the template, and here's a few different ways you could use it. And I was like, wow, that's, oh. I want to try something like that. Just because, hey, a truck is a good blank canvas. I feel like I could find some ways to add mech it up. Or maybe even just, I don't know, use it as a more generic mech carrier. Patlabor has a cool mech carrier truck that I could go off for inspiration. Okay, need to dust off this file before it gets too clumped up and can barely sound anymore. And it would help to dust off this piece too. Could have it be carrying mech body pieces. Yeah, there's always, I don't know, I always end up doing a lot of extra stuff and having lots of ideas that I never, don't make it to the final. Like, here's this armor piece I tested out, which it's the right proportions for the matching the original model, but it's not wide enough for the width of this. So it's like, oh, here's just a leftover armor panel, which, I don't know, would be cool if I could work it into some scenery or something. Like a mech truck or whatever. This is 2mm. Do I want to make these sanded indents a bit bigger so I can have these chunkier rivets made from 2mm plasticard? No, it's not the rivet that's that big on the art, it's the indent itself. Although, now if it's plastic art, it might risk just kind of all melting into one blob. I better off trying the ball bearings. Okay, time to glue it down. I'm just going to very lightly go over the edges with a bit of extra plastic glue just to make sure it's melted smoothly in the sides, because I do want that extra depth, but on the art it looks more like it's like curved in. So to try and make it a bit more of a smoother blend. Fuck. Well, that one wasn't on that securely. One of the magnets came off. So let's quickly reattach that. This is what I was worried about, because there is no kind of solid place to glue on the magnet here. It's around a bunch of cylindrical and curved pieces, so there's no solid flat surface to glue it onto. Okay, well I'll leave that to glue. In the meantime, start taking a look at this next panel to glue. Panel to layer, even. No, I haven't been playing the new Space Marine. I haven't got it yet. I do want to get it, if I can find the time to, I don't know, fit some playtime in, but I haven't been desperate enough to buy the fancy editions, which are out currently, because the normal edition comes out tomorrow. I was talking a bit about it earlier, where I think it makes some cool concept to go, here's the custom, here's how I customize the classes in the game, and then here's how I recreated the elements I liked on actual minis, just because it feels like it's a good, I don't know, you got a Space Marine customizer in there. It would be a good way to test out certain build ideas to see how you like the look of them before committing too thoroughly. Okay, let's cut some armor out. For this build, I am using a Questoris Knight and a Dawn Battle Tank, along with a bunch of other bits where I can get my hands on them, along with plasticard to make the armour. But main kits are the Questoris Knight and the Dawn Battle Tank. Because they seem to be better for a larger tankhead scale. I normally stick to armatures for mech builds, just because they are, I know, more available, cheaper, and their smaller size means you can pull. There are way more kits you can pull from to get for bits. Because the larger the kit is, the harder it is to find bits of that scale. Like, armatures are small, so even fancy, sometimes stuff for like Space Marines will work on them. But with a Questoris Knight, you get more limited because not everything is big enough to match it. Unless, I don't know. There are kits big enough to match it, but it gets harder to find them and it becomes more expensive to do. So I like sticking to smaller stuff for the most part, and then doing a bigger build like this every so often, just to, you know, keep at it. But not every build can be this giant scale. Okay, is that magnet glued on a tad more securely now? Looks like it. Thought about making LN, Imperial Guard landing ship. What's that? LN Imperial Guard landing ship. Because there are, I do really like the Imperial Guard's Arvus lighter. But unfortunately they are, I don't know, all resin currently, so I have considered trying to make one of those out of plastic, like using one of the Unitorum cargo, one of the Unitorum cargo box things. And then using various jet parts and some, well, mainly Space Marine jet parts because they're appropriately blocky. But I haven't got around to, I don't know, getting one of them in a good enough state just yet. That is a cool idea. I might properly follow up on one day. Yeah, but as is often the case, too many kit bash ideas, not enough time to do them all. Might be better sketching out something. So that's 1.5. 1.5? No, it's 2 at the bottom and 2.5 at the top. And how long is it? Or tall? Two and a half. Okay. So I'll start out with 2.5 on all sides. Just double checking. I've been trying to make a hybrid between a cool model for a landing ship and a movement tray. Ooh, there was a Kickstarter recently, which is, which I saw some people do, which is here's something that looks like a rhino but also works as a carrying case. Let me see if I can find it. Because that sounds kind of similar, so it might be a good reference. I think I found it. Okay, yeah, the Astral Combat Carrier. It's for the STL files of it. And yeah, it's basically a rhino tank. There's a link to it. So that sounds like the kind of thing. Well, it sounds similar to what you mentioned, so it might be worth looking up. Yeah, it's pretty neat. If I had a 3D printer, I'd probably have backed it to get it, but it looks like a cool, handy thing to have nevertheless. So let's draw a grid on this so we can plan out the design. Ooh, gonna base your minis on the landers from Starship Troopers. Always a good source of inspo. Yeah. Okay, so there's my grid. I think I want it 2 at the top and 1.5 at the bottom. So that would be coming into... that kind of shape. Looks like it'll work. Making a terrain piece. Yeah, I have done a few terrain pieces, and I do have another one planned once I got some parts coming in. But I do the two terrain pieces I've made so far are neck hangers. I've got to keep my mech somewhere. Actually, I have an idea for another one too. Let me... I made this last year to go with my BT armature. Might be too big to fit it all on, but it is a Necromunda tile with some Zone Mechanicus walkways, bit of a command center up in the corner, removable door, and I was thinking of doing another square, which is a bit, maybe it's something along the lines of a Skitarii barracks or Skitarii upgrade center. So I can have some nice, I don't know, in-progress mechanical skeletons. Yeah, I do occasionally do a terrain piece too. Made that one before I was really making videos on stuff, so no process of it or anything, but there are work in progress pictures on my Twitter and Instagram if you scroll back far enough. Thanks, yeah, it did turn out pretty well. But like I said, I wanted another one to go with it. Yeah, an upgrade center, just to have some, like... I've got lots of Skitarii bits and other cyborg soldier parts, so just somewhere where I can have them kind of all splayed out and partially attached and wired up. Maybe do something kind of like the Vitruvian Man, but for a Skitarii. Cool idea. I've got another Necromunda tile for its base, and I've also got some, oh, what's it called? The kind of, what are they called? The Into the Dark walls, the ones that we use for boarding actions. And those would make for some good walls, because the Necromunda walls are a bit too thick, so I think it would take too much out of the space I'm trying to do something with. Yeah, the Into the Dark walls are pretty neat. Just nice ship detailed mech interior kind of thing. Because then I need to divide this into 3 sections, because there is some kind of tow hook, grapple point things on the upper part, and then 2 rivet sections on the lower part. So that would be there and there. Yeah, some, as like I'm doing here, plasticard bits for a kind of structure, and then actual model kit bits for detail on top of that. I feel like here's where I could use, like a chisel of some sort would be useful instead of having to be very careful with a knife. Let's see. Where is it? There it is. Okay, I need to take a quick break, refill my water, but I'll be back in a second. I'll see you guys in a minute. Okay. I'm back. Stretched. Got some water. And ready to continue. Am I coming back alright? I've unmuted all the right channels. I hope. Alright, excellent. Now, I've switched it over, so just for some good variety. What's now on is Rejoice, for we were once blessed by Throne. Some more great Mechanicus style music, which I believe is also linked in the description. If you want to check out the channel. White Bat audio. Can't say that rings a bell, but I will check them out because I love some Mechanicus and Grimdark sounding stuff. Ooh. Royalty free and copyright safe. Nice. Might use that in some videos too, if possible. Okay, that's looking alright. Okay, time to see if I can recreate that. This template, copy it out. Time to cut that out. It's 0.5 millimeters, much easier to cut through. My take on a servitor. See, I feel like I might take the Admechy bit of flesh is weak too far at times, because I don't like fleshy things on my minis. Oftentimes I just go full robot. Like, there is the Cataphracti... No, not Cataphracti. There is the Cataphren Battle Servitors. And they are servitors, and they have like a torso strapped to a tank, which is great for that kind of Admech body horror thing. But here's one I did where I replaced the human torso with a fleshy head with what is it, the UR-25? One of the robots, a robot from Blackstone Fortress. So my take on a servitor goes way harder on the robot parts and probably not enough on the flesh parts to be a servitor. In that batch I did just another robot tank, but then I also did put one of the regular torsos on some human legs. Well, some space marine legs, I think they are. And so this is more like a traditional servitor. So that's one kind of thing close to it. Close to servitors that I've done. And I'm also a big fan of kind of robot helper style things. Let's see if I can find some. There is one in particular I wanted to show but couldn't find, but here are some others where servo skull head on just a bunch of bits glued together for a kind of shambling zombie corpse of a mech. And then here is a Metal Gear Mark II style small servitor. So yeah, I've got plenty of servitor-like things, but not fleshy enough to be actual servitors. Ah, there it is. One of my favourites that I've made is this little Spider-Bot style thing. Here it is. Again, just more spare Admech bits I hadn't glued together. And this in particular, because I like this in particular because it ended up being a mini version of a larger build, which I quite like. And one of my first Admech conversions in general of this Onager Doomcrawler turned into a kind of spider tank, where it's a lot of the Onager regular pieces, mostly just from one Onager kit, just with the front cab glued on backwards and lower down. Just a nice little spider tank thing. Inspired by Tachikoma from Ghost in the Shell. And I really like how it turned out. It's kind of one of the first things that set me down the line of converting more and more. Okay, where was I? Cutting out armor. Yeah. Whew. Yeah, that was, like I said, a neat early conversion of mine that mostly sticks to one kit. Similar to my Helldivers Sentinel, which, I don't know, I might do another attempt on that spider tank and make a video about it, because, like I said, I made it as one of my first kit bash things, and it was really great for that, because it's like all the bits came from one. Pretty much all the bits came from one kit, and it's like it's an alternate build instead of like a kit bash or anything. It's a good way to start off kit bashing if you want to get into that kind of thing. Alright, Muggins. Yeah, it's been a while since my last stream. I don't know, caught up in a few things, and then painting my Trench Crusade minis. I ended up painting them more, well, since there was not much building for them, and I painted them like work nights, so like an hour at a time, not really long enough to stream, so I ended up not streaming any of that process. But this big build requires a lot of building, so I'll probably get a few streams in for this. It's only I've tried kit bashing once before, made some minis for your friends when you ran Fantasy's Flight minis. When you ran Fantasy's Flight Dark Heresy 2nd edition for them. Ooh. Sounds interesting. I always love, like, I don't know, smaller games like that. Oh, not smaller games, settings or whatever, which encourage more kit bashing. Like, I always see a bunch of people doing some great INQ 28, Inquisitor 28 stuff, and like more time on the fancy side. So they always make me go, oh, if I were to get more into a game, then that would be perfect for kit bash heavy stuff. Oh, thanks, if you'll try to be here for the next stream. might be next weekend. Can't promise anything because I don't know. I don't have a consistent stream schedule, but maybe next weekend, but I can't make any promises. I do want to try and stream at least like once a month or whatever, but I just it depends on how a bunch of other stuff of mine lines up, whether I'm busy or not, and if I've got something worthwhile to stream. Okay, how's that? Now, which panel would go better with which armor piece? Do I buy kits exclusively for kit bashing, or do you use spare parts from finished models? I need some excuse to buy more stuff than I can just cut into parts. It depends. Like, for this build, I bought the Rogaldorn tank. I had a knight I got, well, like 90% of a Questoris knight I got for a good deal. Because I always have a bunch of ideas for kit bashing, and so I just keep an eye out for if that kit's ever cheap, or if I can get like 90% of that kit off of eBay. But then some things like this, I don't think I bought anything for it. I had an Onager cab, and then I just had an Armager spare. It really depends on the project, but most of the time I like to buy like at least one kit for it, because the spare bits from them can always come in really handy. But after a while of kit bashing, you always have a big stockpile of leftover and unused bits. Like after this, I'll have the tread parts of the tank spare, which I want to do something with. So that'll be like a good chunk of a kit bash I won't need to buy anything for. No, I don't really consider commissions. I don't really have the time for it, I think. Because this is, I don't know, I have a regular boring Monday to Friday 9 to 5, so I don't really have enough time outside of it to do any more kit bashing stuff there than I already do. At some point I might like sell some of my kits that I've built just if I need the space or something, but I don't really explicitly take out commissions. Just because the kind of level of stuff I do, it takes so much of my time that I don't have a huge amount of, that I feel like to do commissions I have to charge stupid prices to make it worth it for me. And even then, once the amount of time I spend on my kits, I don't really want to sell them. So I don't know, there's just a few things that, I don't know, make commissions seem not worth it to me. Maybe if I were to ever get popular enough to do this full time I might, but not right now because it is just a side hobby thing. Oh, Margrave is cool. I don't know. I might end up just... I can't make any promises, but if I find a kit and have a good idea that makes it worth it, I might end up just making a Margrave thing, just because I always just like making cool mechs, and that seems like it might lend itself well, but who knows? I'm always looking for more Armiger things to do. I'm happy to introduce to the world kit bash. It's very fun. It's my favourite part of the hobby. How do I like to sort my parts? It depends. Some bits I leave on the sprue, like this is a mostly complete Cataphren kit, so if I've got like most of the kit there, I like to keep it on the sprue for organisation. But a lot of the time, if there's not a lot on the sprue, or just to save space, I do have these like food takeaway boxes, which I have labelled like this is Dune Crawler and other vehicle bits, and this is Cataphren and Castellans. I mainly do these for AdMech bits, since I just have an abundance. Well, I don't have an abundance, I just mostly have AdMech bits, so it helps to organise these. I also have some toolboxes. Like, I think this is like a, I don't know, fishing bait tackle box thing. But they come with some neat organisers, which I use these for bits I have way too much of to fit in a small box. Like, these are all Skitarii bits. Well, Skitarii and a few other AdMech infantry, but I have a lot of Skitarii bits, so I use that for that. For other stuff, for example, I have a box. This is a box of like spare Space Marine vehicle bits, which are like too big to fit in a smaller box. So it's not the best organised, but those are just like a few ways. I do need to, I don't know, I've got a few too many spare sprues sitting around that I do need to like break down into the boxes, but I'll get around to them when I can. Plastic Smith, that's an appropriate name. I'm doing alright, just doing some plasticard armouring. Layering some panels to try and give stuff some depth. And then that is enough for I need to get some bits from tank pieces. Where are they? Here they are. I want to get these kind of like towing points. There's probably some proper tank vehicle name for them that I'm not knowledgeable of. There's some fine details. Oh yeah, there was the Action figure prototype. Still waiting for word, but it's like, I don't know. It's a relatively indie small project, TANKHEAD is. It's mainly like one artist and one writer, so stuff moves slow. There was a TANKHEAD prototype, and then I remember seeing someone printed out like a mini, like as in, I don't know, probably the size of a Space Marine or Titanicus Knight, which the TANKHEAD account retweeted, because I teased saying, oh, they're planning, they might have some ideas for a board game or a tabletop game for TANKHEAD, so it might have been like a prototype for one of those too, but I don't know. I haven't heard much. I didn't hear a huge bit extra on that myself. But yeah, I would have bought one too, because I know Emerson Tongue had got minis of his toilet bots, I think they are. Where'd that piece go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. But yeah, I hope they do some stuff with figures too. I mentioned earlier flipping through another of Emerson Tongue's art books, but my favourite like series from him is the Space Knights. So I'm hoping there's something with that in the future. Yeah, it has been a while. There was maybe I'm just misremembering, but there was an interview Emerson Tongue and Tim, I think, did with they did an interview with some art book Discord kind of community that I was in there for. I don't want to say for sure if it was brought up, but it might have been, because there was a Q&A. Yeah, Spiriverse, there was an interview. I don't know. I don't know whether it was something that was just in progress, but the whole COVID lockdown stuff put a damper on it, but I don't know. It has been a while since those pictures, unfortunately. Like I said, there was the more recent tabletop miniature stuff, so it might be something on the way, who knows. I'm not hugely in the know, unfortunately. Okay, and how do those bits that stick out of the shin, how do they fit on? They're at the top. They're at the top, kind of to the side. Let's see. The top, kind of to the side. Oh, thanks. No worries if you gotta go. Thanks for hopping in the first place. Okay, after this, I wanted to see if I can bend some wire into place around the bottom of the shins. Ooh. A couple of models from Station Forge. They do some neat stuff. They had some AdMechie proxy walker things, didn't they? Yeah, scavenger tank. I wonder if they've done any more AdMechie stuff recently. I don't have a 3D printer myself, but it's always neat to see just stuff other people have designed. And like how different designers have different takes on the same concept. Let's see. Is there AdMecha the Scavengers? Oh, they got a few Walker tall boys, Walker bot type things. Yeah, I got the Scavenger Heavy Tank, which is kind of like the Scorpius Destroyer / Doom Rider. Oh god, where did that go? So it's always nice to see how different people approach similar designs. And to see that, and to, you know, maybe steal a few design elements for a kit bash myself. You got a resin and a filament one? Yeah. I'd like to get one, but I don't know. It'd be cool someday, but I just don't have the space for it right now. But it'd be so useful for miniature stuff. Like there is, what is he? I Paint Small Things, I believe it is. He does, I don't know, 3D digital kit bashes for miniatures, which is super cool to see. Plus it'd be just cool to, you know, it's a more efficient way, might be the way to call it, of mini making, because I like what I do now, working with plastic and kit bashing, and I don't never want to stop doing this in some way, but it would be much quicker to like try out something in a 3D designer and print that. Although there's some guy I followed on Instagram recently who, I don't know, does a very interesting looking blend of the two, where it seems like he partially kit bashes stuff and then 3D prints stuff to fill out other halves. Let me find him. Where is it now? I can never find what I like. Helldivers mech? Well, yeah, you're making yours out of plasticard, but yeah, I don't want to say for sure, but try filament. Yeah, I know FDM printers, well, FDM/filament printers are better for bigger things, but they're less precise with detail. Like you'll more often see the lines in them. I don't know, it's interesting you say Titans, because Titans are so expensive. It would be cool to get one, but I just don't ever see myself buying a proper one. Because for that price, you could get a 3D printer and then just print multiple. I mean, that is like kind of the ultimate project to attempt one day of my type of kit bashing, but for a Titan. Because I'd love to make an upright one, but that is a huge thing. Yeah. If you're gonna get a Titan, unless you want a certificate of authentication or something fancy, printing just seems the way to go. Okay, what next? Let me get some of these, because I left a hole in the bottom of here. Yeah, 3k for a Warlord and all the trimmings. That's enough to get you a real good... Well, that's enough to get you a at least decent printer. Yeah, or a used car. Okay, I left these holes in because, if you can see in the original design, there are some kind of circular bits in there. And these Catfron tread armor panels have a nice circular detail right at the end. I've had so many times I always come back to these Catfron the Catfron kit for bits, because there's always something I need. I've already got one or two of those just cut out from having them left over from previous builds. So I'm just going to glue those into the space I left. Hi. Like how TANKHEAD, Germany in this universe, basically made Mechagodzilla. They made 3 Mechagodzillas. Let me see if I can find it, because I always have that book to hand, but it was to test out their volcanic weaponry. No, voltaic? Yeah. There is the Panzerblitzer... Panzerblitzesche? Apologise for the terrible German. Panzerblitzesche? Aus E, which is the first one of the Mechagodzillas. And impressive, huge chunk of lore explaining all of it too. There is the second one with some back cannons, which is very Mechagodzilla of them, because, I don't know, Kiryu gets a jetpack or some extra back cannons. And then there is the third one, which is a ship head, which is a whole, not battleship, a carrier. Because you can see those are small jet heads on its back. So they decided to go even bigger. Yeah, loads of cool stuff in the TANKHEAD book. Yeah, there's always some project coming up, but you know, I was able to, I don't know, mentally justify this as an important expense for hobby building. Man, ship head would be cool. But the scale of it would be crazy. Like, what kits could I even use for it? Like, I feel like the only way to make that really viable would be to go into like Titanicus scale stuff. Yeah, the ship heads are an insane scale. There is one idea for a kind of ship head scale I had, but there was like a Titanicus. Going through the Titanicus using, what's it, the Warmaster Titan? Which is similar size to a Questora, so to this. Yeah, I'd have to go for an actual ship model. I think there is a Bismarck ship head. Well, you know, faux, not quite Bismarck. Let me check. Now those pieces are grim. But yeah, actual scale ship models would probably be the best option. Let's see, under the Kaiserian tank heads, ship heads. There it is. Grosses Kriegsschiff Bismarck. And of course, it's got to have a sword too. Melee combat at such a crazy scale. Yeah, there's the Bismarck and there is the Tripets. Ah, yeah. I'm not much of a ship guy myself, but the Yamato is always the biggest. It's the biggest ship ever. It's craziest armaments, and it's just gotta be impressed by the scale of it, if nothing else. Okay, so I've got some metal wire here. I can get some of that out. Try to kind of bend it roughly straight enough. Oh, that's one of the, I don't know, rule of cool moments where, yeah, the giant ship heads have melee weapons. No, don't think too much about it, because God knows the logistics wouldn't properly line up. Let's see if I can, how well can I kind of straighten it out? Oh, there is techno sorcery. There is the whole Kriegsdiener prophecy and the whole history of it with the, what is it, the Isle of Von expeditions. Okay, so I was thinking of put like a wire bar around here. Yeah, there are more factories than houses. There are some great landscape, not landscapes, just like shots of cities in it, and the whole thing looks like a factory just because there's pipes and chimneys and stuff going on everywhere. Let's see if I can find a picture of it. Yeah. Like you can see, it's... Yeah, there are houses, but those are some seriously industrial scale pipes and everything connecting regular houses, so... I don't know. Is it a house? Is it a factory? Hey, nice cathedral going on there in the background. Okay, so if we look at the tank head, we can see some kind of, I don't know, brace bar thing at the bottom of the shim. So I was wondering how to recreate that. Where exactly do I go do it? Comes up at a 45-degree angle and just kind of be like that. Just trying to bend the exact right, like sharp enough angles and bend it with just some pliers. Then there's figuring how it like fits in. I'll probably just need to drill some holes into the plastic card and then see if I can cover where it comes out with some plastic rods or some kind of shape. Okay, that's a good angle on it there. I just need to, I don't know, be a bit rougher. Okay, kind of like that. That works. Mostly. Whew. Let's see, as part of the different types of plastic rods I got from Green Stuff World, I did get a few tubes and semicircles. Any of those the right shape to kind of be a bit of a housing for it. Okay, even smaller. Yeah, Gunpla screws. The problem is the bending of them. I do have Gunpla around. I probably could get some screws in them pretty easily, but it's a very kind of specific shape that I want the curves in. I feel like it's so specific I have to make it myself because there's a kind of depth to it. Gunpla Run is a... Let's see. Do I have any... No, my Felice box is empty. Yeah, the corners are pre-bent, but in a kind of very specific way. I feel like it's... I feel like their corners are too specific to work with what I'm going for. Let's see. I'll see if I've got any spare in my other room. Okay, here are just some spare builder's parts hands I have, and I know the problem is it's not just they're curved in one dimension. One dimension? I don't know. What I'm trying to do is I need them like curved up at 45 and then along a different way 90. How dare you threaten to move my stuff around? This is a very organised mess. I could cut the Gunpla sprues up, but then I feel like the cuts would be too obvious. And it'd be more work to like mask the cuts than just... It'd be more work to just mask the cuts than to like use this wire. Ooh. There goes one of my earphones. Might not be able to stream much longer if the other one dies too. Oh nice, you just got your Helldivers mech done. How long have you been working on it? Because that's... I know, it's no easy thing. It's no simple shape. Okay, so it need to... How does it do it on the art? So yeah, it comes in there. Do I have a tube of the right size? This will fit. Might. Does, very roughly. Oh, since I put my video out on it, yeah, that's not a quick build, but it's... I mean, if you're making it from plasticard, that is very impressive. So it does just look like it comes out the side. So I might drill into the sides. That is a big risk if I can't pull it off properly, but I don't see any other way I'm going to get this together. Where does it line up coming out? Is it alongside? Because it's definitely leaning on like the bottom part. No going back now. Once I got the hole in flat, once I got the hole drilled and like on it coming perpendicular, then I bend it slowly to and angle it out a bit more. But I've got to be careful with this because I have broken a few drill bits doing this kind of thing. Next size up. Time to move up size. Just take a breather to organize everything, so I'm not always losing a losing fight for space on my own desk. Okay, then just the last... Oh, 2 more drill bits to work up to. This is... No, it's not... This is 2mm wire, not 3. Okay, no, it actually fits in that one. Okay, so... try to work out the angles. Okay, I'll be going for 1 more hour at most now. Let's see. That does not fit, that is too wide. But now we know what kind of, from where to where, what kind of size we're looking at. So, let's make another one. So what, does it go up or does it go across first? I think it goes up first. It goes up and then across. So what I use for gluing plasticard. My go-to for most plastic glue is Tamiya extra thin cement. If it's a kind of flat surface to a flat surface, what you're gluing, then extra thin works fine. If it's not quite flush, then I use regular Tamiya cement, which is a bit thicker and takes longer to dry, but it is, because it melts plastic down a bit more, so it's a bit sturdier bond. That is my go-to for all plastic stuff, whether that be bits or plasticard. That goes up, and then it goes across. No problem. Tamiya is my go-to. The Games Workshop and even I think it's like Revel hobby plastic glue stuff, I feel like that I find their applicator is not precise enough. So I always prefer this brand because it has a nice little brush on the end, which allows you to be very precise in its application. And its extra thinness really helps it get into all the nooks and crannies of the whatever you're gluing. Then from there, angle it down. And in. You can buy Tamiya airbrush cleaner, which is exactly the same as their thin. Their airbrush cleaner is the same as their thin cement? I thought airbrush cleaner would just be alcohol. I'll look into it. Wait a minute. Oh no, I have their thinner, not their liner. I know I had some Tamiya thing. But thanks for the tip, Osiris. I will take it, keep an eye out for that. But that would be useful to have a bigger size thing to refill this into. Yeah, acetone and N-butyl acetate. Same ratio. There's always some larger scale modelling, different specific scale modelling tips that can be used to help Warhammer stuff. Like a lot of the, I don't know, building techniques I want to try out came from like what I saw from Gunpla building. Like this plasticard armouring in the first place is more of a thing in Gunpla than it is in Warhammer, but it's handy in both. Oh, you'll be making a video on the Helldivers mech in a couple of days. I'll try to keep an eye out for it. Uh-oh, the other earphone is going low battery. Let's see. Yeah, there's a lot of hobby tricks that can be learned from one or the other. Before I did Warhammer, I made Gunpla, but even then I used this Citadel hobby knife just because it was more easily available. But then now for painting Warhammer, I use this, which is more of a Gunpla trick, which is like cardboard with crocodile clips on the end of bamboo skewers to hold pieces for spray painting. There's so much knowledge and tricks and tips and materials that can be used. Like, I still follow loads of Japanese Gunpla builders on Twitter, I see them doing such impressive stuff. Ooh. And there goes the other earphone. Let's see if I can... quickly connect another pair while I finish this off. Okay, can you all still hear me now? I've swapped around with audio, or has that completely broken it? Some more metal wire. Okay, good. Still come through nice and clear. Okay, once I finish bending this metal into shape, I will call it. But I just want to get this last bit done. Oh yeah, speaking of like hobby community crossover stuff, I do want to try painting not even Gunpla, just other Playmo stuff, Playmo mechs. Because before I did paint Gunpla, but it was like very rough and just imprecise with just mostly spray cans and masking, never hand painting anything. But I have got the Raven Nightfall mech from Armored Core 6, a Bandai 30-minute mission kit of that ordered. I think it's releasing at some point this month, and I do want to try painting that like I do my Warhammer minis, just to see how well painting techniques cross over as well as building stuff. Once again, desk full of plastic shavings. Man, I gotta think I'm just... It says people consume like a credit card's worth of plastic every year or something. But man, I've got to be macrodosing that stuff. So then it goes up at basically 45 degree. And across, almost 90. Now this is just rough angular guesswork. Okay. And like with many things when I'm kind of like making it out of raw materials, I want to do like make a few ones, because you can never make them the same twice. So I'm going to make a few and then just pick the best fitting ones. I can never get this. That's straight, which is a real pain. But what makes it good to work with and bend into shape makes it hard to keep that straight. But that's got to be good enough. So once again, up at 45 degree, roughly. And what is that? Cross at 90? What types of wire do I use? I picked this up off of Amazon, so let me check exactly what. But I think it's aluminium. It's probably not the best, but it's just what was easily available. Let's see. I got this from my North Star, so it shouldn't have been too long ago. This is 12 gauge aluminium craft wire, 2mm thick. So yeah, 12 gauge aluminium. Man, it is too long. Okay, so time to try again. So, up at 45. Bit sharper. Across at kind of 90. This was too long, so I'll compare it and then bend it a tad before where that other one does. How does that one size up? That looks like it should fit. I just might need to bend it into place a bit. And that's wonky. Ah. Let's see, how does it fit into the other one? You know, that looks pretty good in the other one. Haha. And we run into a new problem. The wire at the bottom makes it too heavy, so it's a tad loose. Okay, let me try bending one more into shape. Okay, how does that fit? Still wonky. Let's try going from the other side. Whew, a lot of trying and retrying this part of the build. Okay, not that one. Free warpstone and cheese. What, you've been building some Age of Sigmar? You enjoying the new rats? Thought you were still making some 30k Imperial Fists. But you might have shown up at the wrong time. I'm not sure. I don't think I'll be going for much longer. I'm just trying to make this one very awkward bit. You have a Skaven build ready to paint? When did that happen? Never got enough projects on the go, do you? Always got to pick up some other army. Jesus, that's a lot. I only accept a bit of the blame. That's fine. A trip to Warhammer World isn't too bad. You see lots of cool stuff, but it's all full Games Workshop price, so it's, you know, it's easy to avoid the temptation to get some. At least while you're there in the moment. You're gonna... the ever-growing list of Primarchs to paint, is it? Except Lorgo. Now here's the question: Are you gonna do both for the Alpha Legion? I'm sure you can find a good Omegon sculpt somewhere. There's no official Games Workshop one, but that's never stopped anyone. It's still wonky. Okay, one more go. But are you going to do the secret third? Sigmarion or whoever? The Hydra has 3 heads on all their iconography, and it would be the ultimate Alpha Legion ruse if they were actually triplets instead of twins. Well, the whole question is how would the lost Primarchs look if you were to kitbash them? What is making it so hard to get this right? The classic samurai look. There's probably a fair amount of Tau bits. Ossiarch Bone Reapers have a kind of layered armour, like some samurai stuff. There's definitely plenty of kits you could get from for that kind of inspiration. And then for other cultural inspirations, there's always lots of cool Aztec-y stuff, which there isn't a Primarch for, and you could use Seraphon stuff. Like that kind of, what is it, the shark tooth axe thing? Not axe, I can't remember the name, but there's an Aztec weapon where it's like wood for the base, but along the sides are a bunch of like animal teeth for like serrated blade side of the weapon. Legion of the Damned Primarch is rumoured to be potentially Ferrus Manus. Oh, there's some like odd accounts of them. It's like, oh yeah, the Legion that lost the heads is led by the ghost of the Primarch that lost his head. Full Ghost Rider style. Maori is a good one. I think it might actually be Maori who have the shark tooth axe thing now that I think about it. But then you've got the whole, what are they? Space sharks for that kind of cultural influence chapter. The Carcadons. Sorry, the Carcadons? Whatever the space shark name is. Yeah, maybe if you go and... I don't know. If you go and Lost Primarchs, there's always a lot of weird, I don't know, reasoning and paths of logic to get something together. So yeah, it could work. Still wonky. What am I doing wrong? But if you're doing the Lost Primarchs, a big other question is, why are they lost? Were they just discovered late, or was it a transgression? Did they upset the Emperor in some way that caused them to be stricken from the records? Because I believe there is some law that alludes to, no, they were discovered, they were just had their records removed for some reason, and the whole question is why? Did they fall to chaos before the heresy? Were they, I don't know, Xeno-sympathizers? What happened? Join the Dark Mechanic and find out. Ah, if only. Ooh. See, no more like the hood. So there was a hidden first heresy. Horus wasn't actually that cool. He was just copying somebody else. Why does it always come out wonky? the true downfall of Horus was going bald. Is that even? No, not really. It's very damaged too. Okay, I've gone on for an hour longer than I said I would have. This is my last piece of wire before I have to chop some more off the reel. Oh god damn, the battery on these is dying now too. Okay, come on, last one, please. It's still kind of wonky. If I make this angle sharper. Okay, I may try another few more attempts later, but that is where I'm calling it for now. Detailed the shin armor in a few places. Let's see. So some nice big stumpy feet now. Still got some more detailing to go. Need to rivet a few places, but that is all I can manage now. I need to go eat. So, thank you for tuning in. I might stream next week if I can find the next weekend, if I can find the time and I'm not too busy. But in the meantime, as always, my Instagram and Twitter, where I post updates more regularly, almost daily at times. So you can catch me there if you like, but otherwise, see you next time. Thanks for tuning in.